day and another mind freak of whatever the heck is happening right now. So, yeah. So let's continue on with whatever the heck we are dealing with. So. We seem to head here. Like how we literally now have the ability to teleport through time and space itself. We were just traveling through kind of dimensions, so to speak. Now we're traveling literally through time. But alright, what do you got for me, Vanat? At present, the strongest link we have to the final days is the power of Dynamis, the Antelekes, which can control it. Yet most scholars are only vaguely aware of these terms, let alone study them in any depth, except for Hermes, it seems. Thus, I am inclined to stay our current course and learn all we can about the Chief Overseer and his familiar. And on that subject, was there aught else of note you can tell me about Medion, aside from her unorthodox method of communication? I rather wish you had mentioned that earlier. In any event, would you care to elaborate? So these siblings of hers now travel the great expanse in search of deeper meaning. Thank you. Though the mystery at hand remains unresolved, I feel you've touched upon a vital clue, one we should keep in mind as we continue. Next, I propose we take ourselves to the Crystalline, not far from here. Just follow the path to the west. E5. Alright, so I gotta go to the west. I guess I shall let me do this real quick. The tower and the one further along are both of Peripetite and Peripetite, I'm just going to call it Crystalline, the facility where they archive all of Elpis observational and testing records. Despite how they appear from the outside, the interior is actually a vast area of magically connected spaces, which, while fascinating, is not the reason we are here, is it? I shall cut my architectural lessons short and see what those two archivists have to share. If you could find someone to speak with over at the tower, I shall join you there anon. Let's see. You have questions for me? Certainly. Just a moment while I conclude my appointment. Let's do this. Indeed, so if you could provide a comprehensive log of those behaviors, we should have sufficient data for official records. Now, what was it you wish to speak with me about? The Chief Overseer, Personal Research Project, and by that I assume you mean Medion. Such undocumented studies are difficult to track. After all, hardly a day goes past without seeing a researcher trailed by one creation or another. I'm afraid I cannot tell you exactly where Medion appeared, only that she now spends much of her time at Chief Hermes' side. Although, I do recall an interesting tale my dearest Galen shared with me. Galen is my partner and a fellow researcher here in Elpis. She was returning late one night when she caught sight of Chief Hermes sending Medion heavensward, a host of them. For several days she would speak of that scene with wonder, describing it as one of the most beautiful spectacles she had ever witnessed. That sounds like a story I should like to hear. Mr. Venat, I thought you had already returned to the surface. Permit me to thank you again for your invaluable contribution to our concept placement proposal. Pray do not mention it. As you say, my original plan was to leave after that task, but I have since become engrossed with Chief Hermes' research. Would you favor me a retelling of this site which so delighted your Galen? Of course, or you can hear it from her lips directly if you prefer. At present, she should be observing a subject of Metabasios Thalasi. These words. She does enjoy her time there, watching the sea creatures hunt and play, gazing upon the salty waters of the world's ocean she created in such sublime detail. I imagine you must find similar joy in indulging your boundless curiosity, Mistress Venat. Even though such pursuits must continually and regretfully delay your return to the star. Indeed they do. 'Tis a rest well deserved and long overdue, I should think. How greatly have we proposed for the wisdom you accumulated during your travels as a Zim. And what would Elpis be without your earlier academic work? The theories you developed served as the basis for so many techniques still in use today. Man is a creature of contemplation, but none embody the nature which has much enduring passion as you. I dare say there is a soul alive more worthy of a return. I shall rejoice the day you depart on your final journey. I will be honored. Well, shall we take this opportunity to meet with Galen in person? Allow me to reconfigure the door to the archives here. It will take you up to the Skyway and spare you the need to avoid hostile concepts on the ground. That would be most helpful, thank you. I have opened the pathway to the Skyway. The pathway. Once you pass through the door, simply walk straight across to the next tower and ask for admittance to the upper tier. Upon arriving at the upper tier, walk straight across the Skyway and you will find yourself at the entrance to Metabasios Thalasi. Galen will be eager to share her tale with you, I am sure. Oh. That works too. Mistress Venat, just passing through. Then allow me to prepare the path. If you need further assistance, there is always an observer or two out of the upper Skyway. Yeah. Looks so nice up here. So I'm looking correctly, that's that way, so... Oh yeah, that's starting area. Okay. Yoshi P, what kind of story are you trying to tell us? Mr. Zanai, I was told to expect we would have prepared an official welcome. Please, there is no need for fanfare. I only wish to speak with Galen if that might be arranged. Yes, Galen, of course, I'll inform her immediately. But she may be engaged in a testing phase. You could be in for something of a wait. Should I let her know your business is urgent? That won't be necessary. This lovely view will keep us occupied until she is ready to receive us.
A delightful breeze and a breathtaking view. What is it like in the future? Is the world still a beautiful place?
Gonna be honest on that one, it is a beautiful world, depending on how your sight sees it.
I swear I could hear the glimmer in your eyes and the adoration in your voice. While we wait, will you not tell me about your adventures? Well, not the portentous events which led you here, but the simple delights all your own. By learning about the future world, I may gain insight into future me's plans. But more than that, I have an interest simply as a fellow traveler. Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account. Incredible. Would that I could have been there to see it. Yours is a harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue. To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, it gives me heart. Thank you for regaling me with your tales. I will treasure every word. As you know, I was once a scholar. And among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world. What exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature? Whence sprung mankind? Riddles and mysteries beyond counting. Over the years, I have managed to find answers to some few of them. Yet rather than attain a sense of mastery, the more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe. We too are miracles, each and every one of us, born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity. When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done. A passion swelled within me, an epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true, and a presence without. Immense, yet intimate. Fate, perhaps, holding us in its tender embrace. As reassuring as it was intimidating, how keenly aware I became of creation's fragility, built as it is upon precarious happenstance. I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately, to hear its voice, feel its breath. I ventured forth on a journey that very day, so very long ago now. Freed from presumption and prejudice, I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new, and so beautiful. Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning, and my purpose, my love. And so long as they need help, I cannot return to the star. Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it. The moment she can let go and walk unto the end. Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way. You, who are our future, tell me this, and tell me true. Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
Pray forgive my lateness. My observation subject was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, we had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
You're too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations. Meteon. You witnessed a host of them take flight, yes?
Oh, that! Yes, yes, I did. It was in the dark of the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation. As I walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone. Like a shooting star, only rising rather than falling. But then another shot up, then another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate. And who should I spy on an isle to the south but Hermes and Meteon, the Metea, rather. There were lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
A dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Oh, yes. The sight left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day. Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests. It shouldn't be long now, though. He often returns to that isle, and I have a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
Splendid. We are likewise eager for the details. Well, That is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls. Oh, and will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
Please.
So another piece of the puzzle falls into place. From what we've learned thus far, I think we can safely conclude that Hermes has been revealing the details of his research to others, which suggests that either someone will appropriate his discoveries and make use of them, or that Hermes himself will have a hand in causing the final days. Since we have no reason yet to suspect the former, we should consider the latter the more likely possibility. Proceeding under that assumption, our next step should be to divine why, or even if he might desire such a terrible fate for our star. I should like to visit the site from which Hermes sent forth the Medai. If we are fortunate, we might find some hint of what drives this research of his. Galen said she spotted them in the southeast, rising from an isle she could see from the edge. If we stand at the same vantage point, it should not prove difficult to locate this isle in question. Let's take a look, shall we? Now, if I were conducting some research, where would I go? Ah, what about that one? Have you the means to fly? 'Tis quite a distance away. Inconvenient, but hardly an insurmountable problem. To me, Argos. My friend, would you mind creating a double to carry Matt's here over to the island? Stubborn creature, there is no place on this great star we have not together traveling, and still he remains obstinate in the presence of strangers. Argos has rather exacting standards, I'm afraid. What? You've ridden him before? Ha, you're before meaning after. Not at all confusing that. Interesting. It is certainly not unthinkable. Speaking of the here and now, the quick solution is for us to face off in a sparring match. Demonstrate to him that you are capable of holding your own against me in battle, and you should convince Argos that you are worthy of his back. And besides, I might even teach you a thing or two into bargain. You seem doubtful but useful lesson or not, it will certainly be a moment to remember, a memory of the distant past to Terrace. What will you say, traveler out of time? I admire your confidence. Clear your mind and prepare your weapons. Maybe it's time to see. Did they give me a weapon for this? 86, 539. Yes, they did. Shall we begin? Be warned, I will not go easy on you. Oh, grief. She is also a paladin by trade. Yes, let's do this.
Let neither side hold back. My blade sings! My blade sings!
I shall have to try something different.
Overly switch ninja, okay. Or not ninja, but dancer.
No quarter!
No big deal.
Have a taste!
I see you won't be easily overcome, but neither will I.
Mongo's Mountain. Just switch to White Mage. Gotta do so much damage.
Prepare yourself!
I don't have a knockback. That's good, I get through it. Of course.
We've only just begun.
Come at me with your all!
Oh, that's valid.
Very well. Let us move to the final trial.
Come on. Wait, what? This might be close enough, maybe. Yeah. How many do you need? Well, I'm taking the red ones are bad, so. Oh gosh. Oh, this is gonna be bad. Oh, come on.
change, shed your burdens, and show me your strength of will!
Jeez. Oof.
You still stand. The people of your time are more resilient than I had dared hope. I have seen enough.
I don't trust you. I'm a hero. Oh, duty complete. That works for me.
"'Twas my intent to finish it, but clearly I underestimated you. One would think I never learn. I made the same mistake with Azam when we first sparred. Despite being less than half my age, his strength was astounding. As is yours. 'Tis plain you have weathered considerable hardship. Far more even than your tales would suggest. It seems we have both learned much on our journeys. Well now, I dare say he has warmed to you. A boon to be sure. He never forgets his favorites, and is ever eager to come to their aid.
Looks like that's going to be our new mount. Argos will soon have us standing on the very spot where the Medai made their departure into the night sky. With luck, we will learn something of Hermes' intentions. We hope that we find no connection, no festering wish for oblivion. Then we might have Hermes and his considerable expertise working for us, rather than against us. Let us move over to the edge before mounting, shall we? That will allow Argo to catch the currents rising up from below and give us a smooth ride over to the island. There's an aether currents. I need that. This place is gorgeous. Isn't this pleasant? Argo certainly seems to think so. Now, what was the name of that tree? No, something.
Quite a small place. lacking even the most basic equipment. The present may yield no clues, but we may yet try perusing the past. Have you done this before? So you cannot control the power freely. Worry not. I shall assist you. Come and stand before me. There are two ways to see the past. The first entails peering through the walls of the soul in the moment a subject is recalling a memory. The second requires no subject, and is instead a process of piecing together an event from ripples left in the ambient ether. As memories are etched upon the ether of the soul, so too are they etched upon the ether of the world. In this way can history be preserved. Such memories are given to fading, however, and can prove challenging to visit. But come, let us try. Close your eyes.
All units fully functional and proceeding on course towards their respective stars. Estimated time to completion of survey is 108 cycles. End of status report. Severing connection with shared consciousness. Did you hear that, Hermes? All is well.
Yes. Good tidings at long last. Every step of the way, I've been reminded how little we understand creation. How the universe defies imagination.
But soon we won't need to speculate. We'll know the answers. What others live for.
Indeed. And we'll owe it all to you and your sisters.
I wonder what answers we will get.
Whatever intelligent beings that exist out there are bound to be vastly different from us. Diverse in form and culture. Possessed of unique ways of thinking. Their conception of life and its purpose will be no exception. Completely and utterly unlike ours.
Utterly unlike... how?
I have no idea. Yet whatever answers we receive, I will not dismiss them out of hand. No, I will think earnestly on them all. And I will share them with our people, that together we may contemplate our own existence. Perhaps then our star will become a better place. Not only for man, but for all life. Meteon, though I gave you wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet, learn to walk and run and so much more. And when you return, older and wiser, we will have a celebration to mark your homecoming and coming of age both.
Will there be apples? Covered in syrup?
And how are you supposed to eat them? Rather than food, perhaps... A flower? Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
So, what is your opinion? I understand. He is a gentle soul, and well-intentioned. Yet it does not take ill intent to beget ill. We must consider the possibility that something may have gone awry. Perhaps it was oversight, or simply an accident. In light of this, I propose that we reveal your tale to Hermes himself. If he does not wish for the final days, as we believe, he may well join us in pursuing a solution. Then it is settled. Let us seek out our friend with all swiftness. 'Twould not do to let such a pure soul be blackened by tragedy.
There are any number of places where Hermes might be in Elpis. But we could do more than worse to Hyboria, the largest facility. It takes in Boreas and Northern Isle on wonder mats for an institution which claims to studiously research every species designed for release into the world. Do you not question how they find room for them all on a few islands? The answer lies within Crisis itself. I touched upon the practice before back at the archives, where a vast area is stitched together out of multiple conceptual spaces. The same holds true for the interior of these facilities and its magically constructed environs. 'Tis everyone there within those sprawling habitats that the chief overseer of Elpis observers conduct the bulk of their work. Come to the simplest route via the teleporter north of so-and-so. Shall teleport back then. Do this real quick, need a reason. Okay. Then I forget. Right. This way. Still gigantic area over here. Cool. Could the teleport acknowledge you as my guest? You should now have the authority to use it as you wish. As for the way to the Hyperborea, we follow this path and then turn left at the crossroads. Cool. Okay, I'm just gonna say, I have all these selected mounts, so I'm barely getting, I guess I am, for the most part, getting all of them. Turn left at the crossroads. Here we are, the grandest research facility in Elvis. We should head inside and ask Hermes' whereabouts. Hermes is at another facility, as we have just discovered. Who is it now? Oh. It's the two. Furthermore, we've confirmed that his studies into Dynamis as well as his creation of Meteon were entirely private pursuits. No one else we spoke with appeared to possess the chief's depths of knowledge on the subject, and neither did we hear any tales of stolen research. Which means that if Hermes himself harbors no desire to bring down an apocalypse, then he might be recruited to help prevent one. Or so saith the illustrious Emmett Selk. According to your story, the 14 divided the connection between the celestial currents in the final days, but were never able to pinpoint the root cause of the calamity. With our people's greatest minds, not to mention Hythodia's sharp eyes, committed to the pursuit of a solution, such an outcome seems inconceivable. The only possible explanation is if the nature of the catalyst was so inexplicable that even we failed to perceive it. And what better fits the description than the invisible, intangible Dynamis? Which in turn leads us to our next question. How did Hermes, in his role as Fandangle, not recognize the subject of his own research? We must assume that he either knew and was unable to help, or that he was otherwise prevented from identifying the cause in the first place. At this juncture, all we can do is speculate. To be clear, the Convocation does not tolerate acts of deception or malice. We are practiced at perceiving truth and would have known had Fandangle lied to us. Hermes has no conscious wish for the world to end. Of that I am certain. It seems there's more to the tale after all. We conduct an investigation of our own, you see. How comforting. We seem to have reached the exact same conclusion. I see no reason to delay further. 'Tis time we brought Hermes into the fold, as it were. Save your thanks. I did not say I believed your ridiculous story, but as Emmett Selk, I have a duty to examine any potential threat to our existence, no matter how ludicrous or personally offensive I may find it. I think the time for leisurely exploration has passed. If I might have a moment to adjust my vision. There he is, on the next aisle over. Meteon is with him. Hermes appears to be in the midst of an observational study, but I suggest we hurry over before they venture elsewhere. Head straight down the path. We can teleport to the Euros from the device at the bottom of the slope. They are close by within the Hungering Gardens. That would be the circular enclosure you see just up ahead. Well then, make yourself useful and bring Hermes out here to us. If I were to go, he would assume I was only there to press him on the Fandangle matter. Of all of us present, you stand the best chance of convincing him to put aside his work for the moment. But the creations in there are not exactly... Then again, perhaps he can handle them. He did survive a battle with Venat after all. Off you go to find Hermes, but do be prepared to come to blows with the Garda's denizens. Is this the next dungeon then? Maybe not. Oh gosh. Dang, so they just get me in here like this, huh? Search for Hermes in the Hungering Gardens. What are you doing here? I thought you were helping Hythildius and his company. In an important matter and unrelated to my decision on Fandangle, you say? Then yes, I will come as soon as my work here is finished. It will not be long, I promise, but you should really wait outside the garden with the others. This is no place for idle exploration. Alright. Let's go on right. Oh, come on. Yep, there we go. Ride the edge. Let's do that. Alright. You spoke with Hermes then we briefly entangled with the denizens of the Hungering Gardens as well, I see, or should I smell? I cannot speak for certain convocation members, but I for one am impressed with your fortitude. Well done indeed. Now that you've convinced Hermes to confer with us, let's pray that things will soon take a turn for the better. For as fascinating as it would be to meet with them as Selk, who would create Amorite in the depths of the ocean, I think it best for all concerned if such tragic events never came to pass. Be it one future, be it in our future or your past, assuming yours is not truly written in stone, naive hope that is. Hermes said he would not be long, yes, and we shall wait here until he emerges.
My apologies for keeping you waiting. I understand there is a matter you wish to discuss.
Aye. A matter of the utmost gravity, if one can suspend disbelief. Go on then. Tell him what you told us. Who you are, and why you came.
The final days.
The phenomena observed during these star-encompassing calamities is likely the product of a dynamis reaction. And none is more versed in the applications of this energy than you, Hermes. I must stress that we do not believe you would desire such destruction. We come not to lodge accusations, but to beg your wisdom. And so, distressing though the exercise may be, I ask that you share with us your opinion on the matter, on the assumption that our visitor's tale is true.
Even you, Vana. As you say, the phenomena observed in the two calamities may both be attributed to dynamis. Of note is the difference in its effect. In the first final days, it warped creation magics. In the second, it warped the people themselves. The key variable, I suspect, is the etheric density of the men of each age. As you know, ether, in essence, negates dynamis. Harboring high concentrations of ether, we ancients cannot readily manipulate dynamis, nor be manipulated by it. Therefore, rather than ourselves, the calamity affected our magics. In contrast, having been sundered, the people of the future are composed of but a fraction of our ether. Thus are they susceptible to the influence of dynamis and its transformative potential. But that would explain only the mechanism, not the cause. Though perhaps...
What is it? Even should it be a hypothesis, we would hear it.
Dynamis is an energy put in motion by feelings. Feelings for which there must first exist a source. A source to which the victims must be attuned. One that harbors the selfsame negative emotions. Elsewise it could not be the agent of such extreme change.
So it wasn't the stagnation of the celestial currents. Someone, or something, is instigating the star's demise.
So, we've a villain on our hands after all. Any idea who or what it could be?
The celestial currents comprise the outermost layer of the star's ether, encasing it like a protective sphere. According to your tale, it was where the currents were weakest that the phenomena first manifested. If the inciting factor came from without Aetheris, then its effects would first be seen in those locations.
Greetings. Can you hear me? Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends?
Meteon. What is it?
Executing scheduled task, suspending individual self and connecting to shared consciousness. Connection established. Commencing status report.
Please, make it stop.
Steady, Meteon. Steady.
So scared. So lonely. The pain. It's too much. Why? Why? Why do we? They hurt. Hurt. Hate.
What the hell is going on?
This is wrong. All wrong.
She's gone? But how?
She has altered her etheric density in order to blend in with her surroundings, an ability for avoiding confrontation.
Most effective. Frustratingly so. I can't see her either. Not even a trace.
Stay away. Please. This is wrong. My mistake. So please.
Are you all right? In your mind? No. We only heard her speak the instant before she vanished.
Of course. When communicating without words, Meteon also employs Dynamis. That will explain why you were able to hear her, when we could not.
Then you are our best chance of finding her. Follow her voice and try to track her down. Hindered though we may be, let us split up and search as well.
Stuff is getting even more interesting. And I don't know what the hell is happening anymore, but I'm loving every minute of it. Let me go down. Let's head downwards. Sir. How big of an area do we got? We got all the way back there, we got all the way over there. We got partially on the bridge. Definitely not on the bridge. There's another spot. 2 more spots, okay. Typically they put these kind of search things the furthest away for the most part. But alright, where are you at, Meteon? Where are you at? Doesn't hear them. I have to run to hide. I'll take it since we gotta go downwards anyways. Let's check down here. Greetings and salutations. Commencing report. Oh gosh. Oh no, we can't tell them that. We must run far away. Please, don't follow me. Leon's anger's voice fades as you sense her climbing to the top of the ridge. Looks like to be a decent distance. Can I get up here from here? Yeah. Gotta run all the way around, huh? This is an exercise activity. You have to be the one to find her, follow her voice. How did it come to this? Is this the reason we traveled to the stars? Why we saw out other life forms? Is this it? Is this the answer? No, it cannot be. Just this, jeez. I really like how they're now, because used to be whenever you do these story stuff, most of the areas just got left blank for a while until you, at the very least, got flying. For the most part, they just flew around and unlocked the areas. Now I kind of see they're pushing you to go to these areas, or they're routing the story and these quests around these areas to fill them in. Well, let's see. There's the first one. Oh gosh, dang it, Bobby. Compiling report for decimation to Hermes and all peoples of Aetheris. Processing expedition data, preparing profiles on intelligent civilizations, formulating answers to the question, finalizing report. No, Matt, you mustn't listen. Gosh, so what, did they find aliens? Did we find aliens? Is that what's happening? It's wrong. It's all wrong. Any sign of median? panicked and confused, which will make it all more difficult to predict her movements. Hermes, what do you make of this situation? The media are linked to a single mind, a shared consciousness which connects them across any distance. I suspect something has happened which disrupted its usual harmony. How might we access this shared conscience of theirs? Much as you would approach any sentient being directly, in the media's case, then this means speaking to any incarnation within physical reach. So unless we can track down the medium we just lost, we have no means to communicate with them. No way of knowing what befall her sisters, no way to provide directions to guidance. Then we had best set our musings aside and concentrate on how we might find her. No. Almost ran away. Oh, my dear Medion, what did you witness out there that frightened you so? Why do you seek to keep it from us? How terrible could it possibly be? Correct me if I'm wrong, but Medion renders herself invisible by matching her etheric destiny to that of her surroundings, does she not? If so, could we not then disrupt her concealment with a surfeit of aether, much how it meant to solidify your presence with first we met you? Don't be absurd, I can hardly channel aether to a recipient whose whereabouts are hidden from me, which is why we must all work together. Mass will continue the search in the same manner as before, but this time with you in tow. Once he ascertains Meon's likely location, you proceed to reveal our way we're familiar with the swift ethereal downpour. Very clever, and thankfully she has made herself easier to capture by flinging towards so-and-so. Assuming she is made visible, it should prove no great feat to herd her into a corner. And we have a plan. Mass and Emic will be our tracker and trapper respectively, while we others predict and obstruct Meon's avenues of escape. Emic and I will keep on each side, each other's aether to help coordinate our efforts. Let us be about it. Well, it seems we are partners for the time being. Let us return to where we last saw Media and pick up the trail from here. I will keep myself in a state of preparedness, ready to rain down aether at a moment's notice, meaning it falls to you to keep the way clear. Okay, you missed out. Alright, nothing this way. We try another route then. Can't go in. We gotta. Probably hear people were coming from this direction, so. Possibility. Why can't I fly? Are my functions being restricted? Hide. Yes, I'll just have to hide then, where no one can find me. She went into the lake, as if this wasn't tiresome enough. Well, at least that open expanse should make it easier to find. We won't lose her this time. We should be able to reach the bottom of this drop by climbing down the rocks at the water's edge. Do not even think of dragging me over the falls. Final days or no, if I end up drenched from head to toe, I swear I will feed you to a remora. Bummer. Let's put on our sprinting boots. Not here. I'm not here. Please. By that rock, she is, or is she? Very well. Why can't I hide? Matt, what are you saying? Everything is so faint. I'm sorry. I'm not strong enough. Stay away. I'm begging you. Don't make me say it. It'll break him. His poor, fragile heart. Oh, good grief. Now we have a chance. Once the others are in position, the two of us can herd her into their midst. This is the best way. Is this teleport non-use? It seems to have been left to the mercy of the elements. Either way, it bears no trace of Meteon's essence when we walk. Actually, keep after Meteon. Coordinator defense. There, I see her. She around this tree? No. Approaching the edge. Oh, she's not back down the water, is she? No. Yeah, I guess could have just kept following the path.
Aha! Give chase. We shall herd her into the shelter.
Please, Mission. We must speak.
I'm sorry, Hermes. I'm so sorry. If someone can hear these words, then please. Please protect them. Protect them all. Individual self-suspended. Connection with shared consciousness stable. Our survey is complete. We shall now report our findings. All units safely arrived at their respective destinations. Seeking answers to Hermes' question, we attempted to make contact with the intelligent denizens of each star. Results are as follows, in order of numerical code. Enna. Traces of civilization found. Structures believed to have served as domiciles. No extant life forms detected. Dio. Ruined remnants of buildings scattered across star, surface of which is encased in ice. Presence of life could not be verified. Tria. Evidence of large population centers, akin to cities recovered. No extant life forms found, only their lingering essence. Tessera. Edifices surmised to be abandoned residences found. No extant life forms detected. Deadly plague or extreme environmental degradation likely to have led to mass extinction.
They are all dead.
Octo. Star found in state of violent conflict. Contact successfully made with inhabitants, but deployment of weapons of mass destruction resulted in total annihilation of local population shortly thereafter. Inea. Star is a barren desert. No identifiable flora found. Bones of living beings resembling men discovered beneath sands, but determination regarding their intelligence inconclusive.
Remind me, Hermes, what exactly was the question you entrusted to Meteion?
I tasked her with asking what others live for, what gives their lives meaning.
Did you consider what may happen if the premise of the question is flawed? To be able to answer it, one must be living and desire to continue doing so. But if Meteion finds no living beings in the course of her journey, or none who desire to live, what then? What answers would she derive from their silence?
Meteion, enough! Suspend your mission and return hither at once.
Decapente. Local civilization once flourished under auspices of higher power. Said power later laid waste to civilization in fit of rage. Upon revealing this to me, entity elected to self-terminate in lieu of providing answer to question. No other intelligent life forms found.
turning a deaf ear, are we? We are taking Meteion back to Amarot. As I understand, we will need her if we are to bring back all of her sisters.
Yes. Meteion. It isn't right, is it? It isn't right to turn away from the answer. Even if the answer is pain. Even if we aberrations must scream ourselves hoarse to be heard. Aye. Whatever answers we find, I will not dismiss them out of hand. These words I said to you, and I will hold myself to them.
What is the meaning of this?
You cannot take Meteion. Not until she has finished her report. All else must wait.
What?
You fool!
Excuse me? What just happened? Why, Hermes? Why could you not leave well enough alone? All these answers assuage the pain you feel when a creation has returned to the Aether. Had you never cast your accursed question to the distant stars, you may have one day learned to be at peace upon this one. Hermes has headed to Caesis. Considering the expansive dimensions of this place, even we may have a difficult time locating his Aether. All I can say is that he entered from the rooftop and likely arrived at the utmost point of the facility. So, do we pursue him? Of course we pursue him. No matter what Hermes might be thinking, Meteion is a potential threat that needs to be brought under our control. The Convocation's duty to safeguard this star takes precedence over any personal stake in the matter. But not Matt's. It is clear we stand on a precipice, but we may have to yet to determine beyond the shadow of a doubt that Meteion is the hand which tips us over the edge. Nevertheless, if we are to learn the truth of the final days, we must give chase, and even if neither Hermes nor Meteion is ultimately responsible, we cannot leave them to suffer their torment alone. Agreed on all accounts. To the Hyperborea we go. What is going on? Oh my god. So Hermes sends Meteion out into the stars to find an answer to his question. His question is flawed. He's unable to locate that specific question. Like what? Now he's run away with everyone, her with Meteion agrees. Interesting. Alright. Where are we going? Oh, dang. back here. Okay. Oh, no, he flew back towards... I thought he went on chronic horns. No, you didn't see me. Just turn back around. Don't pay attention to the thing riding a gigantic ball. What have we here? Excuse me, has something happened inside the cathesis? Mistress Vana, I'm so glad you're here. No one knows what prompted it, but the alarm was sounded and cathesis was put on a state of alert. Procedure dictated that we evacuate immediately, and we have yet to investigate further. This is Hermes doing, obviously. And what does the state of alert entail exactly? A field of dampening magic is draped over the entire facility, usually in response to escaped entities and the like. CESA scholars and observers are unaffected, but everything and everyone else is weakened to a fraction of their usual capabilities. Consider us forewarned. We do, however, have urgent business with Chief Hermes and must enter the premises regardless. That said, if Hermes is willing to enact such measures, I wonder what other obstacles he has seen fit to drop in our path. With that enfeebling spell in place, we're not like to be at our fighting. I was hardly an effective combatant to begin with. I'll have little to offer beyond my ethereal vision. Then you will put the talent of yours to good use. You were fairly skilled at spotting weaknesses, if I recall. Fairly skilled. Now you've gone and raised everyone's expectations. You all need only to make most of your strengths, and I will fill the gaps as required. I was once a Zem, after all. 'Twas my job to rise to the occasion, be that as defender, aggressor, or healer. I feel better by my lack of powers already. As you, MSL, can impress us with your arcane majesty, you lob potent spells as easily as breathing, but also channel that power into protective manner if you so choose, yes. Well, yes, should the situation call for it. Excellent. That should cover us on all fronts. Your tell let us hear Matsuo. So 'tis only right that you lead us now. No matter what lies ahead, we will win through to Hermes and Meteon. And then we will face the future together. Ceases Hyperbolia. Right, do this real quick. Boop. Let me do this. Let's do. Alright, go to mute for just a second. I'll be BRB.
Let's get this over with.
Please, turn back! Else I might be forced to.
I am muted, but they can always still find it. Understandable. Screw it. No, you're fine. I was, the boss does like a thing where he like summons a blizzard then disappears and you gotta figure out where he's gonna pop up at, and I was in the middle of my spell on my paladin. He's vanished, so I couldn't finish it. Luckily they extended the time frame on this bad boy, so I can just ride it out. I might actually do that sometime today, because I should be able to get 71 with a few quests in the Beast Tribe, and then push it, go into Zadnor with it. Let's see. Still not, personally still not getting that's but we'll see. Plus with Zadnor, I can see what his abilities are like up to 80 already, because it automatically gives you everything at 80. But you just don't level half. I guess you can. I'll have to come back and read this. Gotta get on with the nutrition. I'm not going to go extended COVID. Yeah, not yet. They should, I forgot what that link said. Yeah, they should either email or show it to you later on. So.
I cannot let you take Meteon. Not yet! I must hear their answers before they're expunged from existence. So, it comes to this. I have no wish to fight, but this time, I cannot yield. Though the world may think me a mad, desperate fool, I will hold fast to my conviction. I will have the time and tranquility I require. Lust and gale, gather to me! brand! Unleash your power!
Okay, this is...
Tossing winds! Pierce my foe! Stars on high! War is rain! Surge is one! My foe! Stars on high! Fall is rain! Even when transformed, streams of ether, surge as one!
That works too. That works too.
My power!
Okay.
It's over, Hermes. In the name of the Convocation, I hereby take Meteion into custody. And setting aside the matter of your nomination, you will come with us too. We require your knowledge to assess and resolve the situation.
Meteion, I am so sorry. Would that I could have listened to your report in full. Reflected upon its meaning and conveyed it to others. That they might reconsider their chosen course. But I have failed. And that wish will never be realized. However, ere our fates become the province of others, I bid you tell me just one thing. Was there happiness in those distant stars? Was there a reason for living?
We conducted our search as per your instructions. We scoured historical records, communed with the spirits of the deceased, heard the final testaments of the dying, welcomed their shadowed hearts into our own. One race had striven to create a world bereft of animosity. They renounced relationships to avoid interpersonal strife, and in so doing brought about societal collapse. One race had renounced war and devoted itself to the enrichment of its people. They were conquered. Though they destroyed the enemy in reprisal, they could not regain their former glory. One race had concluded that finite time was the root of all woes. Aspiring to shatter its shackles, they went in search of infinity. They discovered nothing is infinite, and that neither time or death can be cheated. Disillusioned, they gave up on the future and themselves. One race had discarded all things that gave rise to sorrow, hoping to have only joy. They found joy lost its savor in the absence of sorrow, and lost their will to live. Though worlds apart, these peoples shared a belief. The belief that they had tried their best. That they had tried to fulfill their potential with every step and success. In the course of which, they learned the truth. That they would never be free of fear and sorrow, anger and despair, of loneliness, so long as they yet lived. Even now their souls cry out for oblivion. And to this song of anguish, I lend my voice. We lend our voice. Oh, beloved mankind, shimmering jewels of beautiful Etheris, rejoice, for we will free you from the cruel yoke of existence. There is no need to struggle in vain, for in nihility awaits salvation. You will know peace and serenity, and it will be
beautiful.
We will make our nest at the edge of the universe. And there, in the dark of dead worlds, hoard sorrow and suffering. There we will sing, our chorus ever louder and ever clearer, that our song may reach even this ether-shrouded star. Such is the answer we have found in the stars. Such is the gift we now offer to Atheris.
Who are you to decide our fate? To decree we live or die? Have you lost your mind? You heard what she said. She means to destroy us all, yet you still take her side?
In the name of the star, we have discarded those creations that we deemed flawed. If we ourselves are flawed, it does not stand to reason that we too should be discarded.
That is sophistry, and you know it!
Perhaps it is. Perhaps I am wrong. Who is to say that you are right? Let us settle this with a determination. In my authority as Chief Overseer of Elpis, I will make a judgment on man's fitness to exist. If he can learn to value all life and retain his will to live, even should his end be justified, he will surely find a way to avert his demise. If not, he will perish in the star. As with all determinations, provisions must be made to ensure fairness. Kairos! Awaken!
Memory reconfiguration system Kairos activated. Awaiting instruction.
Command. Universal memory alteration. Target area. Catesis Hyperborea. Starting point. Arrival of Emmett Selk of the Convocation at Propylion. Endpoint. The present. Erase the memories of all events and replace with a vague recollection of the following. I was here, preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to Emmett Selk and Hithodeus. Meteon's shared consciousness became unstable. She and her sisters could not sustain their existence, and all dissipated with the burst. The resultant shockwave accidentally triggered Kairos, which erased several days of memories from all present. Execute.
Command acknowledged. Initializing. 3 processes remaining to execution.
Bravo. I dare say one would be hard-pressed to make it fairer. Everything that you told us, everything that has happened, the fact we've even met, it will all be gone.
Go, Meteon. To the edge of the universe. where none can reach you.
Hermes? Won't you come with me? If you were to shed your flesh, I should be able to carry you.
I will remain. As a man, I will oppose the oblivion you bring.
Silly fool. Had you said yes, I would have granted you the gentlest end.
This ends here!
Fly, Meteor!
That is far enough, Hermes!
Argos, to me!
First process complete. 2 remaining to execution of memory reconfiguration.
As if we needed more pressure. No matter what, you cannot forget what happened today. For it is the key to saving your future. Your world. This fight is our fight. What comes after, our problem to contend with. Not yours. No. Your own struggle awaits. And no one else can take your place. You must flee this place with your memories intact. And I will see that you do. Now then, where is it? There you are, my little confluence.
Very well then. You may elude us this day, but not forever.
Meteon's gotten away.
Second process complete. 1 remaining to execution.
No time for brooding. Listen well. Beyond lies a spatial confluence that connects the interior sections of this building. I will destroy the confluence and force open a way outside. When I do, you must jump through.
I cannot tell you how sorry I am. But neither can I let you escape!
Too brave by half. Exemplary work, as always, Emmett Selk.
What? But how? I thought the confluence was... over...
Over there? Yes. We were rather hoping we would.
It was never anywhere but where it is now. The instant those two began making their way towards nothing, 'twas clear the plan was a diversion.
I'm quite incapable of destroying a confluence, I must confess.
A gambit brazen beyond words. Though we've grown accustomed to reckless improvision due to the antics of an incorrigible associate. Though, in the case of certain present company, incorrigible is an understatement. Honestly, I'm beginning to suspect it's a requirement for every Azen. There's no time! Quickly! Even now, I do not believe your tale. I would not suffer us to walk such a wretched path. Still, if it must be said, do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
Final process complete. Executing universal memory alteration.
This freaking game, man.
Go, Argos!
Jeez.
I'm fine. Just a little tired. Can it be true? Are we the only ones left who see beauty in the world? In life? Are the stars above no more than husks of fallen civilizations? And yet, I feel her. Though she is unimaginably distant, I feel Meteon's presence, and the place where to we must go. Ere she made good her escape, I placed an enchantment upon her, one which allows us to follow her trail. She has already left the outermost bounds of Aetheris, and continues on her way. Given the vastness of the universe, it will still be no easy feat to track her down. But thanks to Emmet Selk and his Ladeus, all is not lost. We remember. So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape. I'd like to know too. Let us ascertain the situation at Cutisis Hyperborea, where they should still be. Given the likely state of their memories, however, it would be imprudent for us to approach them directly. In which case... I am sorry, my friend. I've asked much of you this day. But may I trouble you one last time? Argos will investigate in our stead. We will share in his consciousness and see and hear as if we were with him. Now, close your eyes and open your mind.
Thank goodness you are unharmed.
Unharmed? There is a gaping hole in my memories. I can scarcely remember arriving here in Elpis.
Forgive me. I was preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to our guests. But Meteon, her shared consciousness became unstable. And she...
So, that's what prompted the state of alert. And when you went to investigate, you were caught in Kairos's accidental operation.
So it would seem. It's all a blur to me.
Such an unfortunate accident. Oh, and what of Vinar and your other companion? You went inside together, as I recall.
We did?
If Vinar was with us, I have no recollection of it. But that there is her familiar, is it not? The fellow seems happy enough, so I think it's safe to assume his mistress is well. I haven't the slightest notion who this other companion might be, however.
Ah, well, that individual struck me as a bit different, for want of a better word. Perhaps it wasn't actually a person, but some manner of creation.
Curious. I must ask Vinar about it when next we meet.
Yes, you do that. Now, if we may tend to Hermes, whatever this Meteon did, it seems he bore the brunt of it. Once you are fit to travel, you will return with us to Amarot. We need to make certain there are no other ill effects. Also, I am here on business of the 14. We've already had the conversation, like as not, but since your toy wiped my memory, we'll have to have it again.
Yes, of course. As you see fit.
This Kairos, it manipulates memories through the emission of etheric waves, correct? There is a theory which holds that memories scoured by blasts of ether are restored when the soul is cleansed in the underworld. If true, then perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
I doubt aught of interest occurred. Look forward to the revelation if you like, but I should prefer to reminisce on more meaningful moments.
Let us rest, if only for a while. After all, you and I... Oh, we still have a long, long way to go.
Jeez Louise. Jeez freaking Louise. Man. I'm at a lost for words right after what I just saw. And it's just, stuff's crazy. Right, feeling got all recovered, understand that your exertions were more than purely physical, but resting one's body is only before a moment is never without merit. As for Hermes, I think it unlikely he will create more entelechies. He poured much of himself into Medion, and now that she and her sisters are gone, dissipated in his mind, the grief must be unbearable. He will blame himself. He will believe that he had never acknowledged his dissatisfaction with the world, and the media would have never been born to suffer and die. The offer to join the 14 will be a welcome distraction, and one day hence he will face the advent of the final days in the role of Fandaniel. Mass, listen to me. Our duty now is not to denounce Hermes for his misguided determination or to convince him itself and Hythildius that they have been deceived. No, we must instead ensure that the experiences Hermes sought to expunge are preserved. What remains in our memories alone will be our weapon against the final days. You must fight this battle in your age and in mine. Come, let us walk together once more. I will see your doors open and properly open. This is us how they're going to get away with this whole experience, because I have a feeling obviously with me telling everyone has changed the future in some way, shape, or form. I'm scared to see what happens when we go back. If we even go back to our same exact timeline with which we once left. So, yeah. So this is going to be interesting indeed. Especially I like how they cleaned that up too with just having Emmett and Hythildius' memory wiped, but as far as Hydaelyn and everyone else goes, I don't know. Or Hydaelyn and me. But hopefully this situation hasn't caused too much of an issue. Your time in this age is drawing to an end. Upon seeking Venat, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time. Alright, give me one moment. Right, we're back. Let's get this.
So, it is within. The portal that brought you hither, and will take you home. May you and yours emerge triumphant. Make use of the knowledge you have gained, that your days in Elpis and our friend's sacrifice be not in vain. With Meteion free to pursue her designs, 'tis only a matter of time until the final days are upon us. We must be ready. From fortifying our defenses to securing our escape, there is much to be done. In spite of this, we cannot allow the report that set this calamity in motion to become common knowledge. Were the masses to learn the fates of the other stars, I fear the situation would spiral out of our control. I must carefully consider who can be trusted, and bring them into the fold. Ordinarily, I wouldn't hesitate to call upon the 14. However, it was the desire for a fair determination that drove Hermes to attempt to erase our memories. Were he made aware of his actions, there is no telling whether he would remain a friend or become a foe. Alternately, we might try to alienate him from the convocation. Yet in doing so, we would deprive ourselves of a brilliant mind who would be invaluable in the crises to come. Quite the dilemma. Which is why I must work independently of the convocation. Regardless of how we proceed, if we are to permanently avert the final days, we must be equal to Hermes' challenge. We must prove that mankind is worthy to exist. And this hinges, I think, on how we confront the all-consuming despair that accompanies a senseless and seemingly inevitable end. Bewildered and divided, we would perish like the peoples of those celestial ruins. We could not hope to survive the final days, much less take the battle to Meteion at her nest. We must find a way to defeat despair, to unite and prepare as many as possible for the struggle ahead. Heavy will weigh the burden of guiding this legion of souls. Yet I have faith in mankind's potential. As long as he believes in himself, there is naught he cannot achieve. So I will not give up on him. On us. You may find your world to be very different. Or perhaps the erasure of our friend's memories has sown the seeds of a conjunction between us. We cannot know until the moment is at hand. So shall I strive to do my best, taking naught for granted as I walk my path.
Sorry, I'll be right back, chat.
And I pray you walk with me to the end. As you move forward, so too will I. As will all, resolved to fight for the morrow. And when mankind has found the strength to stand against despair, we shall silence the song of oblivion. She who sings it will learn our journey is far from over. This I promise. Fare you well, my light of the future, till we meet again.
From this day forth, I shall strive to bring honor to the seat of Vandani.
Uh-oh. This doesn't look good. I think we're headed into the final days.
Even now, I remember standing there, locked in a moment where the sky is aflame. Where stars fall as tears, and screams darken the seas. Where resignation rots the trees. Where terror twists magics into abominations. Such is the lament of they who have gone before. The song of they who tried and failed to create a better world. The song of the end. That which hides at the edge of the universe is no longer Hope's creation. It is hopelessness incarnate. That day, mankind saw half of its number sacrificed to bring forth Story Ark. And covering the star in a shroud of ether, we forestalled the final days. Yet the cries echoed still. We wept for innocence lost, wailed for death inevitable. A reality too terrible to bear. And for too many who sought comfort in gilded memories of joyful days and tranquil nights.
This is all wrong! Why must we suffer so?
It needn't be like this. No. There must be a way to restore things to the way they were. To reclaim the perfect paradise we once had.
No, my friends. Suffering exists, and we cannot pretend otherwise. No civilization, however great, could eliminate it. If we would live, we must accept it as our constant companion. Let us not seek to forget this tragedy. Let us carry it in our hearts, that we may grow stronger and know true happiness.
We can't accept it! We won't accept it! It will be ours again! A world free of sorrow!
No, it will not. For there has ever been sorrow. Mankind was but spared its biting sting for a time. So please, open your eyes. To try and reclaim those lives we lost by sacrificing yet more isn't wisdom. It is weakness. No paradise is without its shadows. If we cannot accept this truth and learn from our pain, then our plight shall be repeated.
O mighty Zodiac! God, born of our boundless faith, we bid you, hear our prayer. Accept this offering of lives, and deliver unto us the lives we once had. Deliver unto us the days of old, the days when the star was a font of love, and we knew naught but bliss.
She about to go Itachi?
You would destroy it? Our beautiful world?
Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all, a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning and my purpose. My love. In spite of, or perhaps because of this, I choose to believe in mankind's potential, in his ability to find a way forward. So let there be no way back. From that temptation, I sunder us. No more shall man have wings to bear him to paradise. Henceforth, he shall walk.
lord. Henceforth he shall walk. Gosh, damn it.
All is excruciating pain. I breathe fire and torment. I birth a world of suffering to mire and plague.
What is... Gosh, Yoshi.
In one fleeting moment, lives come and go, ever moving towards the unknown. And in that fleeting moment, they cry for the answer to the question. Why, given life, are they meant to suffer, to die? As fragmented, imperfect beings, yours is a never-ending quest. A quest to find your purpose, knowing your end is assured. To find the strength to continue when all strength has left you. To find joy, even as darkness descends. And amidst deepest despair, light everlasting.
God. Damn.
A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
What? Jeez. Just, I have no words for that. God, that was something else. Carrying the burden over people. carrying the burden of us. And that weight, man, that weight. The weight of that scene is heavy. Oh man, are they gonna be in for something? Let me tell you, I have some stuff to tell you all, and it ain't pretty. Impeccable timing as always. I heard you were off to the first as part of an effort to investigate the final days. Well, as so often seems to be the case, while you were away, we've had some few developments which we can discuss in just a moment. For now, however, I'd tell you how wonderful it is to have you back. So, have you learned more about the final days? Then the journey was well worth the risk, and no doubt your newfound knowledge will be a great boon to us all. Unfortunately, during your time on the first, events here have taken a turn for the worse. The Scions are running themselves ragged, trying to contain the spread of blasphemies, but it is a losing battle. To try and ascertain the where and why of it, Alize and Alphino have been traveling all over. Of all the regions they've visited, Locus Ammonius is one of the worst affected. No. But the province is vast. They only managed to visit a handful of coastal villages. It was an accomplishment worth celebrating still, but a drop in the bucket at the best. In the meantime, Y'shtola and Master Matoya have been making a concentrated effort to establish contact with Hydaelyn and the Ethereal Sea, but to no avail. As for Tatara and I, we've been keeping a close eye on the Forum. From what we gather, they've been constructing a vessel to ferry people to the moon, an ambitious project that has likely been years, if not decades, in the making. However, since we've seen no sign of it thus far, I suspect it's still incomplete. You will also recall the proposal issued at Master Fortuno at the people of Rise at Hand. Following the discussion, Vitra declared his support for the plan and urged those who wish to evacuate to accept the Forum's invitation. So far so good, but that's where things get a little strange. Apparently the Forum caught wind of the lunar teleporter in the Tower of Babel and decided to use it to deliver people to the moon instead of their mysterious ship. Therefore, to secure safe passage for the Hanish refugees to the Tower, Alphino, Alizan, Justinian, and Graha traveled to Garlemald not too long ago. Trouble is, the capital was hardly the safest place to begin with, and now the final days have come to Garlemald. Shortly after our friends arrived, they were sent to rendezvous with Master Fortuno. Then panic broke out and our communication were severed. From the fragments we were able to make out before the link shell went completely silent, we can only assume the phenomenon has spread to the capital. The other need is you, Mats. Please, you must help them. I will, but I have a story to tell. Having you there will make all the difference, I'm sure of it. Camp Broken Glass was the first port of call, so you best start there. Hopefully Lucia will know where they are. There's no telling you what we'll be walking into, so you have best take every possible precaution. Alright. How's my gear? We're decent. Let's go check. Well, quick, they'll be able to hold off for now. Let's go check some better gear, because what am I at? 520, 510, 530. Hold on, yeah. First I need to get rid of this 510 earring and we'll be Gucci. Yep, everyone's here flooding the market boards. Alright, just give me an earring, or oh, what was that? Wrist. Still not as good. Okay. Whatever happens, it should be capable for now. Xenos. The skies will regard moderate blaze, but it's events on the ground that concern me. As you will have heard, your fellow Silons arrived ahead of you. We cut the customary greeting short after we received word from our troops on the Magna Glacius that the Forum's airship has landed. It was then that the heavens began to burn. I dispatched your friends at once to ensure the refugees come to no harm. I would have you join them immediately. Half additional support is en route, but we will discuss them later. I trust you're ready to depart. Several customers playing scene was written. In addition, you'll be required to participate in battle. You're okay. Oh, what's gonna happen now?
No. No. We were promised an escape. Not the same who fled.
I shall not meet my final days here in this blasted waste. Calm yourselves. Your panic is our greatest enemy. Come, we must build a line of defense.
How?
Leave the fighting to us, Father. You must lead the people to safety.
I can handle this pair. You?
Shall tend to the refugees. Let us be about it.
As you wish, my little lord.
Playing as Alpha now. Good thing we have already had some Sage experience.
I'll command the beast's attention. See to the wounded.
Help is at hand.
Leave it to me. can stand. Come with me. You're safe now. Easy now. Deep breaths. Worry not for the refugees, but for yourself.
That's what you thinking this? Go. Siege training came in clutch.
Help! Someone, please!
What?
No. Don't. I don't want to die.
Forward! Let not a single fiend escape!
Hey, let's go.
Wait, that's... Euless and the army. So, you've recovered then? In time enough to be of aid, for once. We can speak of it more later. For now, we must fight! To repay your salvation in kind, or with better! For Garlemald has her pride!
Of that I've no doubt.
The gods. All possible saviors, the Imperial Army. Oh!
I had hoped to take all of them down at once.
Think a withdrawal might be in order?
Oh, sod that. You know who would never abandon these people to their fate. To be devoured by their former friends. That'd be beyond cruel. These beasts must fall here and now.
Well then, I'd say it's high time we threw caution to the winds.
So long as you spare me the heroic sacrifices. Now, let's go!
All right, let's go. Owls are training red mages. Look at that. Is that going to be fire? Stone. Flare. Oh god, okay, I gotta get rid of Mage up. That looks so much better. Oh my. I think I just went this over a little bit. So concentrate so much concentration on the abilities. Messed up the yep.
I'm not done yet.
Extremely loud, just saying. Just saying that's probably extremely loud. Okay, deal.
that?
There's thing above it.
Find cover!
As they say, turnabout's fair play.
Nice. Nice. Look at us. Apologize if that was getting loud. I noticed it was starting to approach. The music got turned up to like 11 there. Alright.
There's not the barest trace of ether. Maybe there really is no way to bring them back.
Thank you for saving our lives once again. I remember you, from Purusha. You helped us there too, didn't you?
Ah, you're from Palaka's stand. I'm glad you're still in one piece. Or you will be, once I see to that injury of yours.
Look out!
This is where we come in. This is
Get out of here! Quickly!
I thought it would have been us.
I won't lose them! Not a one! This will be a brighter future! I won't let a madman's apocalypse ruin everything we've fought to achieve!
Get it, girl.
Get it together, Alize. You're embarrassing yourself. And in front of Father, no less. You might never measure up to our champion. But we ask too much of him as it is. You mustn't let Eorzea's hero fight alone.
Oh, come on, we could have made that. Especially since we're a paladin. Never fear, because I am here. That's precisely why you should never skip your squad regimen.
I can look after myself, you know.
Everything's in order, I trust?
I've had enough of this rabble! Come on!
Wish they would have made it like the trailer fight between the two again, but you never go wrong.
Oh, a trio for the ages!
Let's get this.
had a feeling I'd find you here. This should be the last of the worst troublemakers. With me!
Hopefully it's not too loud on your ears. Hopefully. But I'm happy to like adjust it on the go as well. Come on, squad. At this point, we're no longer a squad. We're family. Interesting. That's probably something I'm taking note for future. No stadium. We're missing 3 more. Not a big deal. Back here. I guess it helps if I have tank stance on, right? So I wasn't facing me half the time. Oh, look at that. We got really cool. Getting over 12K. Nice. So in other words, there's a monster coming, and we gotta beat it. Nice. Let's go, fam. Let's go.
You must board without delay. The ship will depart ere long.
Your offer to host us in Sharlayan is most appreciated. But will the final days not soon fall upon it as well?
Your hesitation is not unwarranted. The satrap entrusted me with your lives, yet I have failed your comrades. Nor are you wrong to fear that this corruption will continue to spread. I cannot promise you complete safety, even in my homeland. What I can promise is that I will do all in my power to protect you. That power is not inconsiderable. Even now, my countrymen are preparing the vessel that will deliver us to a sanctuary on the moon. Join us on our journey there, and beyond, to new horizons. Come to old Sharlayan. Please.
We would be fools to refuse such a generous offer made in earnest.
seems they've a new destination.
The people of Radzat-Han have known too much suffering. The march to Garlemald will only bring them more, short though it may be.
I quite agree. Fortunately, they have you to look after them.
Yes. Well.
Behind you! Just there!
Oh.
Xenos! Here!
You'll be all right. Hurry to the airship.
Why have you come?
A heretofore unseen beast. 'Twas ripe for the slaying. Poor sport, alas. Unfit to temper my blade.
Oh, for the love of... You cannot still be on about a rematch.
That is, and has ever been, my sole concern. You, on the other hand, are fixated on a different quarry.
Yes, yes, we are.
Your
Trying to save
passion
everyone.
paled before mine. Yet neither hate nor despair seem sufficient to recapture your misdirected bloodlust. So, I hone my blade, and I wait.
That's it. That's all you care about. Garlemald is in ruins. Our homeland, the nation you rule, is as good as gone. Along with so many of its people. Not just soldiers like us. Not only those who fought and killed for power and duty. Innocent civilians. Murdered by their own flesh and blood. Lost and confused as they breathed their last. While we who survived with our lives and minds intact were left to freeze to death. The Eorzeans tell me all this was your doing! You slaughtered your countrymen! You did! For what?
For nothing, in the end. So much wasted effort.
You bastard!
For your own sake, Eulus, you must control your anger. It will serve no one should it consume you and see you transformed.
Would you be happier had I a good reason?
What?
If my motives met with your approval, would you no longer resent the outcome? If so, then perhaps a beast's skin would suit you better. Duty, honor, morality. All constructs of convenience when put to proof. Surely the war taught you how easily power becomes the tool of the self-righteous. How the people's justice was merely a means to their ends? Yet you would ask me why. Ask any creature of this star and those above for answers, and they will tell you what suits their fancy. And they would be right to do so. What meaning there is to be found in the petty vicissitudes of your existence must be gleaned by you, and you alone. Should you seek it in battle in the fruitless pursuit of my demise, then come. Assume your rightful place as a notch on my blade.
You are a blight on the Garlean race, and there would be no more satisfying way to expunge it than by beating you to death. But I will not be party to another tragedy. I refuse to lose anyone else because of you. So go. Go! And may we never suffer your madness again!
Xenos! Perhaps you found meaning in living this way. I cannot deny you found strength. Yet if you only pursue your hedonistic pleasures and pay no heed to the plight of others, then no one will give you the time of day. You will never get what you want, not even the battle you pine for so dearly. You'll be alone for an eternity, and you'll deserve every agonizing second of it.
We're ready to depart. The refugee ships will be leaving shortly, but I've asked mine to remain for the time being. There's room enough for you to join me on it, if you wish. Do contain your surprise. I needn't agree with the Scion's methods or intentions to acknowledge that their deeds are deserving of gratitude.
We appreciate the offer. But might I ask why you are delaying your departure? I presume it is not solely for our benefit.
I must visit Garlemald ere we return to Sharlayan. Having caused such an uproar, it is only meet that I explain myself to the Ilzabard contingent.
Allow us to accompany you then. We should be glad to facilitate, given our familiarity with all concerned. If you would like to join as well, Eulus, we can speak of recent events on the way.
He'll be after your seat on the forum next.
Zeno standing there so uncaring and unpregnant. I don't know what came over me. I just blurted out the first thing that came to mind, but looking back on it, I stand by those words. I would say I hope they won't incite him to further villainy, but to be honest, I doubt he even remembers what I said. Anyway, enough about all that. It's good to see you again.
No major injuries then. Good. I briefed the recovered soldiers and sent them on their way as quickly as I could, but nevertheless feared they would not make it in time.
The additional support was invaluable. Your men saved more than a few lives. Though not all, I regret to say.
I take it that I'm addressing Lucia Junius. I'm the Forum's envoy, Forchano Leveilleur. And you are owed an explanation for these most dire developments.
Another trial wrought by the final days. I was beginning to suspect as much. You doubtless feel some consternation having been forced to abandon your original plan. But trust me when I say you were right to send the refugees elsewhere. Beasts have been sighted within the capital. Perhaps it was a stroke of grim fortune that the population was decimated beforehand, as they've yet to appear in any great number, but in time. In any case, Maxima leads the remainder of the contingent in an effort to cull the creatures and evacuate the populace as we speak. Once the airships have taken to the skies, I pray your men can be persuaded to join him.
You'll permit us to retain our weapons?
I wouldn't have sent you after the Scions were I expecting you to stab them in the back.
And I, for one, would not consider past transgressions more relevant than future contributions. Regardless of the circumstances that saw us at odds before, we need men of courage now, more than ever.
We swore to defend Garlemald, and so we shall.
It seems you have everything under control. You will excuse me then, for mine own duties await.
A moment, Master Forchano. You did desire to express your appreciation for services rendered, did you not?
I did. Though if you intend to again ask that Sharlayan alter its course, you will find my gratitude insufficient.
'Tis nothing so onerous. I wish to hear the details of this grand endeavor of yours.
Do you swear to listen and to learn, and not to embark upon some scheme to impede us?
I swear.
Any other, I would doubt. But you, I trust to keep your word. For not once have you broken it. Very well. I will request that the Forum make you privy to our plans. You may await our summons at the Baldessian Annex, assuming the decision is in your favor. Does that suffice?
It does. You have my thanks.
Excellent. You can regale us with tales of your most recent sojourn to the First while we wait. Did you hear something just now?
Dawn may banish even the darkest night, and to this bitter clime bring warmth and comfort. 'Tis heartening to see such an assembly upon my return. I thought often of you whilst I looked down upon our star's brilliance from the moon above.
Yes, but what are you doing here? And dressed like that? Aren't you cold?
Verily, I fear for my health should I proceed to expound upon our purpose ere I procure more suitable garments.
Then allow me to summarize. We're here because none of you lot are up there. Nor has anyone deigned to send word about any changes in the plans. It's rude, is what it is. At least that's what I thought at first, but then folks got to wondering if you weren't in a spot of bother, so we decided to take matters into our own hands. Come down here and help, if our help be needed. So she says, but it's also something of a convenient excuse to visit Etheris. Oriange made it sound absolutely marvelous. More so before the impending doom, but still. And it's not like there will ever be a better time. What with the aforementioned doom?
Marvellous, they say, yet not an ounce of pudding to be found. I must suffer Oriange's inferior works no more.
Hey! Maybe consider the plight of present company before you go blathering on about pudding and doom? Ahem. As I was saying, should you require any assistance with whatever, we are at your disposal. We were born from Heidelin's love for the lives of this star, so naturally we would much prefer to see them continue. Twiddling our thumbs up on the moon is hardly conducive to that, though, is it? Aye, not when you've all got such precious thoughts and feelings, and hopes for the future deserving of more active preservation. Speaking to Urianger made us realize that while we've carried out our duties to the letter, we've failed to fulfill them in spirit. From there, it was just a hop, skip, and a jump towards resolving to do better. So please, show us how. Help us help you.
Forgive me, but are they...
Thy distant collaborators, indeed.
Hail, fellow! Well met! You'd be a member of the Forum, would you? It's an honor and a pleasure to meet you at last. I'm Livingway, Hydelin's right paw. That last bit is very important. As am I, if I may humbly say so myself.
I bid you welcome to our star, Livingway. On behalf of the Forum, I thank you for traveling such a distance to meet us. As you have surmised, preparations for the Exodus have not proceeded as smoothly as we had hoped. I should be happy to personally escort you to our headquarters in Charlian, where you may advise us as you deem fit.
'Twas with reluctance that I set aside the great work of readying the moon for habitation. Be assured that I did so only after the Loperids made plain their earnest desire to come hither, and I myself felt a growing certainty that their contributions here would prove invaluable. 'Tis trite, perhaps, but I followed my heart. For a time, at least. Nevertheless, 'twas worth the journey to find present company well. Wilt thou attend us at the Forum and lend thine own wisdom?
If that's all quite settled, can we start moving before Urianger catches his death? Even I'm freezing out here.
Oh, I dare say you'll warm up quickly once you're aboard the airship. Sat shoulder to shoulder with our fur-covered friends.
Let's keep moving. I'll take good old me off the screen there and keep moving. I dare say Master Fortune though was as nonplussed. Here we go again, big words. As we learn the identity of Highland's lunar custodians, as he will soon discover, they have much and more to offer the Forum. I suggest we return to the Annex forthwith. We may yet have time to discuss thy recent adventures, or we are summoned to Rastra. I'm really hoping this place ends up being where everyone stays, though, at least for crafters. Now I get to go chat with everyone about what the hell I witnessed, because it was something for sure. Not that I'm complaining, Uriandri, but I wasn't expecting to see you quite so soon. Nor I thee. In extolling the virtues of Aetheris, I did inadvertently awaken in the Loperois a desire to avert our beloved star's demise. Crowd tells us you have obtained new knowledge that may aid us in our ongoing efforts. I have news to share regarding our study of the ethereal sea, but your findings are certain to be greater interest, and so I would rather hear them first. To what revelations do Highland's Elpis flower lead? Yep, hit him with that long explanation. Then this dynamis is what drives the final days. If it and Akasa are one and the same, this all but proves Nadana's theory. We're an entity, those sheer force of emotion to channel this vast dormant reservoir into a raging river, his power might surpass even that of Aether. But if our star is so replete with Aether, said entity would need to be outside its influence to effectively manipulate the dynamis of great expanse. Medion, or rather the sorrow and suffering of fallen civilizations that has been hoarding for millennia. Untold anguish and fear and hatred drawn from every corner of the universe, all for a single purpose, the destruction of Aetheris. And our foe is no longer some unknowable calamity. We have but an aim, one aim, to defeat Medion. You make it sound so simple, but you're not wrong. Vanquish Medion, we deliver the world from the final days, but to even attempt it, there are two conditions. First, we must determine her location. Before Medion escaped, an enchantment was placed upon her by Venat, the woman who would become Hydaelyn. The implications of temporal magics are not entirely understood, and so we cannot assume that our Hydaelyn and the Venat you met in Elpis are one and the same. Nevertheless, due to her intrinsic qualities as an all-powerful being, I wager that Hydaelyn possesses the knowledge we seek. Whether she would share that knowledge with us, however, remains to be seen. After all, she intends for us to flee Aetheris, not to stay. Do you suppose she has abandoned her pursuit of Medion? That's my impression too, otherwise she wouldn't have used me as a conduit for her will, or provide clues such as the Elpis flower. I believe she has been waiting for mankind's answer to Hermes' question. So what's the second condition? We must find a means to reach Medion. Naturally, our chosen method will depend entirely upon wheresoever she has made her nest. Communing with Heidelin must by necessity come first. Did you and Master Matoya have any luck in your investigation to the Ethereal Sea? Sadly not, though we enlisted the help of Arnvald and other Echo-blessed allies, we couldn't detect so much of a whisper from Heidelin, even from within the Anti-Tower. Master Matoya is of the opinion that in the years since abandoning it, the Forum has found some other method of receiving instructions from Heidelin. If so, it will most likely be some form of apparatus for observing the Ethereal Sea built closer to home. Sorry to interrupt. We just received word from the Forum. Your presence is required in the rostrum where they intend to discuss the Great Exodus. And Father was able to persuade them. They're finally taking it seriously. Let's hear what they have to say. I guess I can get any version. I wouldn't mind having that though. That's actually really good looking now that I look at it more. So I kind of would have, because from a cinematic standpoint, could have liked some more disbelief that, you know, hey, we just talked to Emmett Selg, a good friend of his. Saw the final days unfold, watched Highland get brutally massacred as she fought her way through. Crazy man. The Forum is in session, and as such, the roster is closed to visitors. The sign of the seventh dawn? Very well, you may wait in the corridor. Of course, entry will only be permitted on one condition: you leave your armaments at the door, lest you forget this sacred institution that holds rational discourse in the highest. The aforementioned are expressly forbidden. A portal to the unknown. It'd actually be pretty cool if we could take the portal as well, just, you know. Alright. Actually, you know, I'm curious, but I guess we'll find out soon enough. Personally, man, I'm actually really glad that the game itself isn't ending. Sure, this expansion is ending the story, and God, the story is ending it on an extremely high note, even higher than, in my opinion, the Shadowbringers, but it is ending, you know. It's one of those games that you can almost play forever if you truly want to. Will you have to talk for them, or can they talk on their own? Rabbit can't wear a hat.
There is a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter. We are here to listen and to learn. But if the Forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends. By your leave, of course.
I don't see why not. Your words and wits have gotten us this far.
Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
Thank you, everyone.
If I may have your attention, the ad hoc session will now commence. The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, at their request, on the Great Exodus. You may enter. On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glacies. We shall not soon forget your service to us and the people of Radzat-Han. The Satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well. As an expression of our gratitude, we will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly as we are able.
Then let us begin. First, it is the Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
You are. It is for this purpose that Sharlayan has labored these many long years. We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenon and conveyed to safety. Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Sharlayan citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after. Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies. Radzat-Han was foremost among these, but since the final days have already come to Thavnair, we saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
An ambitious plan. You have accounted for the safety of all nations and tribes, then?
As many as we can.
And how, pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death.
Questions as to the validity of that approach aside, are your plans proceeding apace? We're under the impression that your primary means of celestial transportation is incomplete.
If only in that it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct. This Ark, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational and could be launched even today. However, the final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated. At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
Seven hells. Is there anything to be done?
The ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient. Though cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, we are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
What if the Scions were to solve your problem? We shall help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency, on 2 conditions. If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Hydaelyn.
'Twas simple enough to deduce. You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the anti-tower had you no other means of communication. One far more convenient, I suspect.
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your Ark.
We would be at liberty to refuse this proposal.
Of course. If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
Delightful as always, Master Alfino. Oh, we couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware until moments ago. What could possibly go wrong? The satire writes itself. Yet, what field has not benefited from a change in perspective? When we are at wit's end, what we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseam, but fresh inspiration. I, for one, have faith in my erstwhile students to provide it, and I find their terms to be perfectly acceptable.
Order! Order! We have no time to waste on debate. I call a vote. All in favor of agreeing to the Scion's terms? "71 in favor, 28 against. The ayes have it. Fortuneau, as the architect of this project, you are the best candidate to show them its current state. And bear in mind that regardless of your personal misgivings, this is the will of the Forum.
Very well.
I call this session to a close. Return to your tasks with urgency. The final days wait for none.
Their approval, so let's have a chat. Sorry about not letting the rest of you in on my plan. I was admittedly thinking on my feet for the most part. Since we required both a means of communing with Hydaelyn and reaching Medion, and the spur of the moment I saw involving ourselves in the completion of this arc as a way to work towards both objectives simultaneously. However, we must first keep our end of the bargain by solving the problem of the afterburner. I like to think it is not a challenge beyond our combined expertise, or at least expertise of our extended circle of associates. It might behoove us to learn how an afterburner actually works before we attempt to improve it, though. As instructed, I shall take you to see the afterburner. Meet me outside the Archeon. I trust you to make your own way there. Oh. Our destination lies at the lower levels. The forum and its wisdom has granted you access to the Ark itself. Step inside and have Alpha Line take you into the medical circuit. Got to talk to you today. Alright. What are we about to see? At this point, everything's just going to surprise me. Oh. I have sent your associates ahead to Logiston Alpha on the other side of Mariel Agronomics. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to. No, never mind. It can wait. Let us attend to the matter at hand. All right. That way I at least have this map showing up on the list. Somehow I didn't get any last time. Actually, I'll put that there. Nice. Just need one more. And where that one more will be, I have a feeling it'll be wherever I have a feeling it'll be Medion's nest. Kind of surreal to say the least. One minute you're on a boat having a dream about some giant crystal telling you to hear, see, feel, think. Next minute you're traveling through time and space, talking to whoever was the original crystal, quote unquote. But it's surreal. It's all surreal to say the least. No, we're getting close. We're level 88. Cruising on through to 89, so. We are to wait here while your father arranges for us to use the next lift. Here, being Logisticon Alpha, for the atmospheric conditionally. Gosh dang it, Bobby. Water is drawn from the underground and disperses vapor, stimulating the formation of artificial clouds of rain. By manipulating the temperature and air circulation, they are able to create the ideal environment for the growth and preservation of the biological samples kept here. Hold on, how do you know so much about it? Why, father brought me here as a child. What? And left me behind? Actually, you're the one who left me behind when you went off somewhere with grandfather. The night before it, I'd been asking father how clouds are made, so he decided to show me. It was fascinating. I pepped him with questions the entire time. It is all too easy to take for granted the many interweaving aspects of the natural world to grow inured and wondrous. But having gained an understanding of the complex mechanisms employed by the Loperites in recreating the similar environment, I have come to view such process in a new light. The subterranean gardens, the labyrinthos, the lunar prison forged to contain the ancient Story Ark, the habitations built for all mankind neath the moon's surface, each unique yet undeniably similar. It is no mere coincidence. Ever since Highland unfolded to us the grim fate that awaits Aetheris, every essential resource we could spare has been delivered to Labyrinthos in preparation for the Great Exodus. But that is not all. It was also a testing ground for the technologies that will allow us to settle on distant stars. Though the Loperites have endeavored to make the moon inhabitable, that is not our final destination. Mankind must learn to propagate life where there is none, to thrive where all is barren. Alas, time is not on our side. I have arranged for all you to enter this central circuit. It is there that most of our preparations for the Great Exodus are carried out, the construction of the Ark among them. Though our plans have been made public, access remains highly restricted. You, however, will not be subject to said restrictions and will have free reign to come and go as you please. Such was the will of the Forum, after all. We will prove ourselves worthy of their trust, your trust. Then let us proceed. All right, here we go. Not too bad. The Aether Burner is being constructed not far from here, overseeing the work of Cuckold and Cole, after whom the forge is named. Once the necessary introductions have been made, I shall leave you with him to discuss the particulars. This way. I like how it's just bikes everywhere. didn't mean it, I'm sorry. Going to see if maybe I should, I guess remember next time, try to have the bike mount in the next 2 to 3 years.
I could swap them out. No, been there, done that. Damn near lost me eyebrows. Think, Coco, think! We'd be well on our way to paradise. Visionaries patting themselves on the backs for their grand accomplishments if you'd only think!
Yes, that does sound rather lovely.
Yeah! I mean, Master Force, you know, what a pleasant surprise. We're not blasting off already, are we?
The schedule remains unchanged, for better or worse. Which is why the Forum has elected to accept assistance in resolving the ether burner conundrum.
Not seen you lot down here before.
There are Archons among their number, but engineering is not their expertise. Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer. If not, you are at liberty to return them to the surface, by whatever means you see fit.
I assure you that won't be necessary. Now, about your troubles with the ether burner.
Aye, I'll walk you through it. Suppose I could do with a change of pace. As the name ought to tell you, the ether burner burns ether, ambient or otherwise, and transforms it into motive force. Think of it like a giant bomb that never stops exploding. Even out in that black void where the ether's right sparse, it's strong enough to move our arc. And it probably won't kill you like an actual bomb. But it ain't perfect. According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the Forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient. A measly 6%, you say? But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
Hast thou consulted with the Loperites?
Yes, they too are conducting their own research, for lack of a ready answer. The moon's propulsion systems are considerable, naturally, yet they are commensurately massive. It is no easy feat to convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
Yes, exactly! Damn it all, I asked for refined adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable, ancient, incompatible technology! You're trying to drive me mad!
Do you speak of Allegan refined adamantite, perchance?
You know of it?
Only in the most general terms, I'm afraid. 'Twas an alloy of Allegan make, but the secrets of its production were closely guarded. As I recall, the record stated it was vital to Dalamud's construction and launch.
Aye, that's the stuff. No material more conductive far as I know. Slotting some in's like blowing up a dam and watching the river of ether come rushing through. Ain't a living soul that knows how to make it though. We were fortunate enough to salvage some for the ether burner, just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk of Dalamud that came hurtling into the Northern Empty during the calamity. With more, well, that extra 6% efficiency would be child's play. It's a crying shame that we've no other sources.
Surely the many shards of Dalamud scattered throughout Eorzea would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
Oh, we tried, believe you me. But only a few specialised pieces would have had any in them to begin with. Drive calls from Ragnarok-class internment hulks. Those are the prize bits we really need. According to the Gleaners, getting to them means delving deep into the shards. And the defences are still very operational and very eager to blow them up. It's rough going in there, even for the cream. Not sure they'd make it out alive.
Weren't we near that part of the Ragnarok when we went to destroy Bahamut? Heavens, are you all right? You look pale as a... well... Best put that battle from your mind for now. Deep breaths. That's it.
There are multiple internment hulks in Eorzea alone, so handling this ourselves may not be the most efficient option. Rather, if we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously... Thancred, is the link shell we established before you went to Garlemald still active?
Of course. The floor is yours.
What's all this?
Gathering firewood, so to speak. We alone can accomplish little, but joined by others, we may yet build a bonfire to carry us heavensward. This is Alphino. The Scions have need of you.
Understood. I will contact the Lord Commander and dispatch our finest at once.
My sisters are somewhat preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-Sword expedition myself.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamantite?
Logically, such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary, in components intended to conduct or collect surpassing amounts of ether. Any extant instrumentation or devices would have likely found their way into the hands of etherologists, or enthusiasts.
Magical artifacts of Allagan design? The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all. Are there other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
Is there anything in Othard that might be of use to you?
What did you say? Oh, you got friends in far places, lad. Anyway, if you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics. Some of them can hold enough ether to summon a whole damn primal. Combine a source like that with the ether burner, and 3, 2, 1, kaboom!
I gather you heard his explosive enthusiasm. Might you secure us a suitable relic?
It shall be done. I know little of machines, but I promise we will do our utmost to gather the materials you need to finish your starship. I am glad for the work, in truth. Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over disasters foretold.
Then why are we all still standing about yapping? There's plunder for the taking, and I'm a born plunderer. I'll be an old Charlian before you know it. Start mixing the grog.
I'm certain that can be arranged. Thank you all, and do be careful.
Just like that.
Aye, just like that. Our refined adamantite is on its way. Now let us consider our next steps, shall we? There's yet much to be done.
All right. It's times like these are reminded of how famous or infamous Alphino has become. We'd have thought he could achieve so much with a single ring pearl conversation. A message. I best return to the surface and inform the relative parties. I also have a contact of my own that might be worth a try. Oh, and who might that be? That's for me to know and you to find out. And on that note, I'll leave matters here in capable hands. Best of luck. Meanwhile in Olda.
Our course of action is clear. We must harvest refined adamantite from the shards of Dalamud and procure arcane relics of Allagan make. Summon the best and brightest of our immortal flames and form an expeditionary party at once. Call upon the Sultan Sworn and Brass Blades for support as you must. Papashan, send word to the guilds. We will require the expertise of master artisans if we are to have any hope of identifying and recovering these elusive materials. Thiergeist, we have need of your stone torches. They are to assist the immortal flames in scouring the ruins and to help secure the surrounding areas. I trust I can count on your support.
As commander of the Stone Torches, my son Zimberk will personally see it done.
Pippin, I would have you lead the raiding party. Assemble your finest, and with Tizona's blade, clear the way. Lord Lolorito, I pray you take charge of the search for Allagan relics. Surely you know of some being traded on open or clandestine markets, or sleeping in collectors' vaults. Of course, I ask not that you do this out of the kindness of your heart. By all means, profit on the transactions. I wish you the joy of it. The final days descend upon our world. If circumstances are truly as dire as they say, Uldar's best efforts may be for naught. And yet, when we Eorzeans rose from the ashes to rebuild our broken realm, did we not learn one simple truth? That which seems all but impossible to overcome alone may yet be possible if we stand together. It was the Scions who united us then, and it is the Scions who call upon us now. Uldar will answer that call. We will summon our courage and join the fight for our world's future. You know your duties. I, Nanamo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, bid you good luck and Godspeed.
We fielded a goodly number, but our ranks are heavy with healers, and an abundance of restorative magics will be of little help in destroying Dalamud's defenses. Still, it has ever been thus with Gridania. We must steel ourselves for a protracted engagement.
In that case, might I suggest taking us along?
Commander Hext, what are you doing here?
None of the shards in Girabania are big enough to hold an internment hulk. So we said to ourselves, why not lend our neighbors a hand? We thought you might be short on people with a talent for breaking things.
While it pains me to admit it, you are right. Our deficiency so plain to see.
It might have been a lifetime ago, but I was once one of the scions assigned to the Shroud. I know this forest well. I know your people. And I know we will be stronger if we fight this fight together.
Then I will impose upon you with a clear conscience. Come, let us speak of how to integrate our forces.
I won't let it all be for nothing. I promise you, Papalimo.
There you are! We've no time to waste, brother. Everyone has already... Ah. A roar! A dragon's roar!
It's our boy, Racefelder's back.
And so, in summation, the Eastern Alliance, as well as the Honorable Lord Lolorito himself, reached out to me for assistance in procuring these treasures of the divine, and I, in turn, do beseech the Confederacy for aid. Is that...
Hancock? What a surprise this is. And a fortuitous one at that. I have a favor to ask, you see.
Everyone's getting together. I think we'll do this quest, and after this I want to take a short break off stream and just kind of level for a minute. I'm trying to enjoy the expansion as much as possible before we just hit with another dead end, and I'm approaching that dead end fairly quickly with how much I've been streaming, so yeah. In the meantime, is there aught else we might do to be of service? Ha, you've already done more than enough. If I had to say, though, I could use someone who knows a thing or two about elegant technology. You there, the lad with the red eyes, matching hair, and you seem to know more than the average scholar. If only Master Copel knew how right he was. While he and Grau established a rapport, why don't we help with preparations for the Great Exodus? Indeed, this would mean going above and beyond the terms of our arrangement, but I propose this not to curry a favor. As confident as I am that we will succeed, we'll need to be ready for every eventuality. This would also be an opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the logistics of traversing the Great Expanse, and if nothing else, it be twirling our thumbs while we wait for the adamantite. Well then, off we go. So let me do this real quick. Let me head back this way, I think. Like that way there's blocks, so we'll have to run back around. Oh, well, what the heck are you wearing? Kind of like that outfit. That's a fake. There's something around there. Oh, really? Don't mind if I do. actually live down here. I don't know how much help we can offer, but I dare say they'll benefit from some of that and fresh inspiration. Let's start by asking around, ideally without getting in anyone's way. Let's meet by the 8th right once our work is done. Helping with the art, even with all the power Master Coke has managed to squeeze out. But yeah, 8th burner is still not enough apparently. And now I hear the final days have arrived. Horrible creatures running rampant all over. If only we begin the exodus sooner. People are dying and there will be no end if we don't fulfill our duties. But we will, we Sphinxers. I can be like this sometimes. Ignorance is bliss. Oh, hello. How are you, the lonely helpers? Bring my 8th burner? Oh dear. I hear things have come to a standstill on that front. Even so, I chose that over my current duties. Checking and loading samples day in and day out is tiring. Thankless work. Still, no one will be cross if I must waste a few legios or what have you. The Froma's got enough on their plate as it is. Both what? My heart goes out to Master Frosh. Know they gotta try to get a moment's rest. I expect they do have time to sleep. Number 3, where are you at? Offering help, that's very kind, but I should be able to organize the rest of the documents by myself. It's mostly lists of things we need once we arrive to the moon, and whichever star we choose as our new home. My duties largely concern the maintenance of living conditions, so it'll be a lot busier after we depart. To be perfect honest, I've not even the slightest idea what they look like. I do hope they're not enormous looming giants. Why I would much prefer something small and fluffy, like that beheaded rabbit that ran by. Little did you know. Little did you know. Freaking everyone's got the bite. Fancy meeting you here. Our friends in the forum brought us to see their teeny tiny toy boat, which was quite impressive considering they didn't use any creation magics. What we're really interested in is that there is itself, though we now find ourselves in a sort of funny underground miniaturized version of it. We were hoping the forum would give us a guided tour, but it appears they're rather preoccupied. Honestly, all that time to prepare and they're still not ready. I suppose we'll just have to show ourselves around, or at least that's what we're planning to do until we chanced upon Ariane and your good self. Since you're both dawdling about engaging in idle chit-chat, perhaps you can show us a few points of interest. Won't that be fun? Okay. So we're here. Still one more we gotta see though, it's way over there. Alright, so what I want to do there is I'll go down the stream, I'll take a little bit of a break. And I keep forgetting I don't have the settings set up to keep my mic chatting while I'm in the end game. You do that. But yeah, so in the stream there, we will continue on here soon enough, and yeah, we'll continue on with the story, because where are we at right now? We are on this. What story process this? What is this? 88. 2 more levels to go. No telling how many are left to so we will see you back here. We'll be back in a few hours and continuing on.